All right. Testing 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, today is August 16th and day 1 of the Game Maker's Toolkit Game Jam 2024. This, as you can see on our screen, is going to be the object of our focus today. In about 6 minutes' time, Mark Brown will be announcing the theme of the jam, and then we will decide from there what we're going to do. But before we get into that, I have a couple of announcements to make. First of all, most of you are probably familiar with our work on the game design documents video. Just wanted to show that thanks to you guys, this is popping off. We've far surpassed 50,000 views at this point, and it just keeps steadily growing and going up. So we are going to be doing a GDD as the very first thing on our to-do list. Once we find out the theme, then we'll take a few minutes to decide what we want to do as far as a game. I have a couple of ideas, but a lot of it really depends ultimately on what the theme is going to be. So if you've never done a GDD before, or you don't see the benefit of it, I am working as a solo developer on this. I am going to be doing a GDD. It is something that I highly recommend that you all do, even if it is not required, as it was for the Pirate Software Game Jam. Just, it's a lot easier, a lot more agile to get your ideas down, A/B tested on paper, figure things out before you actually go and build the thing. And then keep in mind that we only have a little over 4 days, technically like 5 days to do this jam. So really need to narrow down the scope and focus on what we can build in that time with the tools and abilities that we have available to us. For the Pirate Software Game Jam, we had 2 weeks to do it, and we had gone through, we had made a GDD for that. I showed all that on day 1 of our stream. And even then we had to pare down like fully half the content. So it's a very difficult thing to scope a game properly. It's going to be even harder in this case, since we only have basically a glorified weekend to do it. So that is that. Also, I'd like to thank you all for getting us up to 1,700 subscribers so far. If you like the channel and what we do, make sure you hit that subscribe button as well and follow us for all sorts of great stuff. For instance, I finished recording a bunch of voiceover for 2 videos that are going to be coming out. I don't want to overpromise anything, but I'm going to try and get one of them out next week, talking about the artist's alphabet and constructive drawing. So if you are new to art, if you feel that you have no ability to do that, that will help get you started on your way. Also, this video here, the Programmer's Guide to Art, or if you have the inverse problem, we have the Artist's Guide to Programming, both of which I would highly recommend you check out if you are new on your game development journey. Those 2 videos mainly just talking about how to overcome limiting mindsets related to those domains, and then eventually we'll go through and we'll have a bunch of tutorials talking about the actual processes and techniques that we use. Some of that you may get to see today, or at least this weekend. And then just a quick shout out, our buddy Dryden Thomas over at Lighthoof Dryden channel. He just passed his 100 days on working on Disinherited. So at some point we will take a look at his last devlog here, but just wanted to say before we get started, congratulations, Dryden. You're a much better developer than me in terms of your capabilities and vision and the things that you're able to accomplish. So massive, massive props to you for completing a 100 days journey. And then I'm looking forward to seeing what else you're able to do with that. So continuing on in our friendship there. So we are basically just waiting for the announcement. Sure to smash that heart button. Give Mark lots of love. So actually, while we were waiting for this, I will just take a quick break to go to the bathroom, and then hopefully by the time we get back, he will have started the premiere, and we can watch that together and find out what the theme is. Lights are dimming, lights are dimming. Let's go, hype. Hype, 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 hype. Also, while I'm thinking of it, let's just get Let's get that going.
GMTK Game Jam 2024 begins right now.
Right now.
Your goal over the next 4 days is to make a game that fits the following theme: built to scale. That's right. I want to see games that make size, scale, and dimensions a key part of the gameplay. I want to see games about teeny tiny microscopic things. I want to see games about absolutely enormous, cosmically massive things. I want to see games where big things become small.
Katamari was actually one of the things that I was contemplating making.
You can interpret this theme however you like. Use it as a jumping off point. So get creative, think outside the box, and surprise us. In this jam, you can work with who you want, use whatever tools you like, and make use of whatever assets you can get your hands on. But please do check out the GMTK Game Jam page on itch.io for the complete rules. You can also head to our Discord channel to chat with other jammers, show off your work, and get feedback. Remember that this year you're getting twice as much time as before, so please use those extra hours to take lots of breaks and get some sleep. Anyway, I'd better let you get started. Best of luck, have fun, and I'll see you when the results are in.
Okay, so built to scale. Let us come over here, first of all, and grab our blank GDD template. So, we need to think of a game that we can make by ourselves in 4 days that fits the theme of built to scale. So, let's start with this. So let me get a notepad open, actually. So this is going to be ideas for the GMTK Game Jam theme built to scale. So one of the things that I had considered was making sort of a cookie clicker clone. You could do Katamari clone. And actually, given that the Sasquatch Studios jam is going to require 3D elements, it might not be the worst idea to do sort of a low poly character controller using 3D stuff. The only problem with that is I don't have a lot of 3D assets, and I would be forced to build pretty much everything in Pro Builder, which again wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, figuring out how to do that on the fly. And something like Katamari especially is useful because it is deliberately low poly. What else can we do in terms of scale? Let's before we jump into that, get some music going. Set the mood. By the way, if you haven't seen this video yet, Adam Savage talking about the physical designs in Star Trek Next Generation. Really awesome video. Highly recommend that. We're going to put some of this on. So Midas is playing, so that's got me thinking of like economies of scale. So about the longer you live, the larger you get, or the longer live, the smaller you get. I'll actually turn this down a little bit. If anybody's watching, let me know if that's too loud or too quiet for you guys. See, this particular jam, this seems like it would favor either a team, and I shouldn't be making excuses about this because the whole point is to learn and grow. But like, if you had one person to do the programming, one person to do the art, they could just focus on making, you know, low poly models. You already had a bunch of pre-made stuff like CodeMonkey's Cinti Pack. So generally I don't like using assets for things, particularly with art assets. But for prototypes, that's usually what they're best for. Let's see. See, because it's not just the scaling aspect, there's also built, which is making me think of like robots and stuff. Or something along the lines of like centipede. So like robot centipede. I'm also trying to think in terms of, because I'm using these jams as a way to build out some of the tooling that I'm going to need for other games, particularly Alchemask. So trying to think of ways in which I can basically do double duty for this jam and also for our game. So I think Card Battler is probably out, because that was something that we were thinking of doing for the Pirate Software Game Jam. Like with the Robot Centipede, also do I want to do 2D stuff? Because with 2D I can rapidly prototype out a bunch of different art assets. Certainly a lot faster than I could doing 3D assets. But again, do I want to have an eye towards the future of the Sasquatch Studio Jam and get practice doing stuff in Pro Builder so that completely fail at this, but have a better chance of success in the later competition. So the longer you live, the larger you get. See, I'm leaning more towards, you have like some kind of steering mechanic. You're driving some object amongst like a whole debris field, kind of like asteroids. So like asteroids across Katamari, wherein you collect debris. Grow your ship larger. Again, today is going to be all about planning and just about doing a prototype. Is there a way that I can combine some of these? Also, final boss music for Cult of the Lamb. I'm a little bit salty that I'm not going to be able to get to play that during launch week, but Unholy Alliance just came out, and there's a lot of really awesome stuff in there that I'm looking forward to, but that'll have to wait till next week, unfortunately. Hey, Browser! How's it going, buddy? So did you see Mark's announcement? So we got the theme, which is built to scale. So I'm just trying to brainstorm some ideas for what we could possibly do here. Also, let me turn my fan on, because it is a little bit hot in here at the moment. Trying to think what systems could possibly relate to Alchemask that I could build to tie into that. It's going kind of low right now. Why are you feeling so low? Yep, the jam literally just started moments ago. So, less than 20 minutes ago. Alex invited you to join his team? Awesome, good luck to the two of you. I know that he was asking earlier if people on his team knew how to use GitHub. Speaking of Discord. So something I had mentioned during my art stream the other day was we were talking about switches, and I couldn't figure out exactly how... there was like a clever trick with them that I was trying to remember, and I saw over on Barden's Discord we were talking about that a while back. So this was kind of the notation that I was referencing here, where you have a switch for something like, let's say n is an integer. It doesn't even have to be an enum even. It could be a string, it could be anything where you have a bunch of different values, and you can just go through in a switch if you have a number of itemized values and do a conversion that way. And because it's a switch, it's very fast because it's just going to go down the line. And then also showing how you can use chain ternary operators. So I just wanted to show that off because I know for the art stream we were talking about that, and I kind of botched the explanation. Can't build to scale also represents some kind of value or currency, not the actual size. So you'll notice I have two items on here. One is like a cookie clicker clone, and talking about economies of scale. Nothing to do with strawberry theme, unfortunately. Nope. But we do have our lovely strawberry jam, for anybody who hasn't seen that yet. Where is it? We have the GMTK Strawberry Game Jam. I'm just going to leave that there for now as visual interest. Is there a way to combine some of these? Here's an idea. So you have ship in space. spear through a debris field, gather items like a Katamari, click on the ship to remove them, and convert to currency. The question then would be why? To what end? So like upgrades for speed, magnetism. Yeah, were you not here during the art stream on Tuesday when I made this? I also made the thumbnail for the video. So if you didn't see that, that's under circuits. Right. So similar to how we had the Pirate Software one. And then, of course, somehow we have to use this in the game. Not really, but it's always fun to do that. Artstream gone? What do you mean Artstream gone? Did they yeet it? Was there like some sort of copyright claim on it? I have been drawing on and off since I was a preteen. So 30 years almost at this point. I should probably still check to make sure that they didn't eat my thing, because somebody did mention Michael Jackson in there. And we went and looked it up, and let's just make sure while I'm thinking about it. Saying no copyright content found, but it also looks like it's still processing, so maybe we got lucky, maybe we accidentally closed the music stream. Hey Milo, how's it going? Yes, we have jam. Alright, take care, Pain and Code. I'm sure I will see you plenty over the next 4 days. We'll probably be streaming at least 7 or 8 hours, maybe as many as 12, we'll see. Why aren't there any awards for the winners? Are there not? When the jam finishes, everyone is invited to play the games and rate them against 3 criteria: enjoyment, creativity, and presentation. These add up to your overall rating. After the jam, Mark will play the top 100 rated games in the overall category and make a video for Game Maker's Toolkit. It's a 3 to 5 day rating period where you must not change your game. Uploads to the jam will be locked, meaning you can no longer blah blah blah. Oh yes, this is something else that a lot of people don't do, is make sure that you change, you add thumbnails and description and all that stuff. I made a post about that, actually. So, over on our channel, we have a top 10 key takeaways from the Pirate Software Game Jam, and these are just common things that I noted when reviewing and playing other people's games. So, if you're in the competition, definitely give that a review. I'm actually in the process of turning that into a standalone video as well. Oh, and then this is something else that I figured out recently is the poor man's teleprompter. So we have webcam right here, and I am somewhat of an introvert, not very good at memorizing things or public speaking, so I figured out a way to do videos where I'm looking at the camera and I'm reading, technically, but it doesn't look like I'm reading. So basically just putting a sticky note right under there. I thought that was pretty clever. Your idea for me, Space Scrapyard Simulator. Fly around the ship to find abandoned spaceships and other scrap. More scrap equals more. That's kind of what I was going for here, except instead of flying outside the ship, because that sounds like a pain in the ass, you would just steer it using... Let me see if I can find this. Jason Wyman... Dependency injection?
Hey, what?
So having sort of a ship flying around kind of like this sort of thing. Let's see. Come on, show it off. No? Where are you? No, you're not going to show it? Alright, but anyway, basically just drives around, sort of like a top-down car driving simulator. Maybe. I'm not completely sold on this idea yet, we're still in the brainstorming phase. That's interesting, towing the scrap pieces behind you. See, I was thinking more like a Katamari type thing. Where's my tablet? Yeah, you're all the way over there. Problem is, do I want to program complex spherical rotation in Katamari? Kinda not really. Let's open up Krita real quick, because concepting is also part of planning, chat. Oh yeah, so here's some of the art from when we did the Pirate Software Game Jam. So scorpions and spider enemies, and then a whole bunch of the 440 icons that I made in all of 30-something hours. Basically speed drawing. So what I was thinking is, we have our little ship here. And you've got your orb, and you can kind of rotate around it so you're always facing it, and you just kind of push it in whatever direction you're facing, and it'll go, and it's like a black hole type of thing. It'll suck in surrounding debris to you and get bigger until like you're really teeny tiny. Kind of like Katamari. And then there's like bigger things that you can absorb here. So like if your scale is bigger than whatever the thing is, then you absorb it. If not, it just kind of bounces off. See, but that would require physics, which is going to be very costly performance-wise. So I would have to figure out a way, since I don't have a lot of time for optimization, of confining it to some kind of border. Because we don't have time to play around with dots or anything like that. Or to make quad trees or chunks. Do I even like this idea? Because I'm trying to think back to Alchemask. And ways that we can build out tooling for that game. Because like Alchemask is very different in terms of gameplay. Sort of like an Isaac clone. Where you've got a bunch of rooms, or even like Cult of the Lamb. Although Cult of the Lamb is really two games in one. It's Binding of Isaac plus Stardew Valley, which in themselves are very completely different games. It's like the Stardew Valley part relates to economies of scale. But it's like, you know, do I have the time to make a farming simulator in 4 days? I don't think so. There is this game that I saw recently that was really cool. It's called The Farmer Was Replaced, which is like a farming sim, but it forces you to program using Python to control a little robot. It's got tech trees in it, which I thought was really cool. Obviously, trying to make a coding game on top of a farming simulation game is not going to be happening. So like I keep coming back to sort of like the cookie clicker idea, but there was also what is this game? Something else that Sasquatch Studios did. Playlists. Suika game. So there's like this kind of game, similar to 2048, wherein you drop fruit inside of there, and they combine to make bigger fruits. Something like that could certainly be possible. Go back to our list here. So I could just make straight up Katamari. So like maybe we use the opportunity to play around with 3D stuff and get comfortable with that. That way I'm not as afraid to jump into it in the future. Do I have any 3D assets? I don't think I do. I don't think there are any I could get easily for free either. Let me just check on that. Hey, Cupcake! Something about big explosions? Maybe. I do have 2D sprite explosion effects. Just checking to see what I have in the way of... Oh, I did get Edgar Pro at some point. I have highlighter. Ooh. I forgot I had that. I do have this, which could be fun. I don't know how it works though. That would definitely fit into the building thing. How would I use that? Actually, let's see, add project from disk. 3D projects. Where do I have that saved? Unity projects. Just opening up my tooling project here, so we can maybe see what these gears do. Play around with some assets, just to see what we have to work with. Where did that other page go? I guess I closed it down. Go back to my assets. Not Coinbase. Unity assets. Thank you. Fog, GUI. let you guys see what we have here. Apparently I got dinosaurs at some point. Not sure when that was. Is that in my assets? Really? I have that? Or was that just saved? Apparently I have this. I don't know what I got it from. Maybe a Humble Bundle? Something? I have a bunch of stylized characters from something. It's saying I have all these. Oh yes, we're gonna want that, obviously, and that. Apparently I have this stylized port city from something. I find it hard to believe that I have 3D models in here. Third person shooter. If I need like a third person character controller, I guess. Abandoned industrial factory. Do I really have all of these? Because if I do, then I can just maybe spend a day making 3D assets. Something where you have a tiny wooden replica of the game world. You need to replace those little gears and chains with parts. I don't know. Let's see. Automates the creation of chains around selected shapes, adapting dynamically based on placement points. Apparently I do have Dinosaur Pack. Dungeon Maker. We have the mountain thing. What was that factory one that I saw? Factory Builder template. Template will help you make your own factory builder and simulation game. Easily add new items, crafting recipes, put your own modals, and create custom machines. That's an interesting idea, especially since I have that one game that's a oxygen not included clone that I wanted to work on eventually. Let me look that up. Kinematic character controller. we're doing WebGL, we're probably going to want URP. There's nothing preventing you from using the character controller in any of these. Okay, so why are you saying it's not compatible then? Hmm. RPG monsters. This is something I want to play around with at some point, not today. But allowing you to do sort of cloaks and tentacles and hair thingies. Ah, yes, I remember this from a previous Game Jam, one that we didn't do so hot in. Factory Builder template. Smelter, crafting, machine, storage, container. Miner, conveyor belt splitter, conveyor belt connector. Every machine has its own corresponding UI panel. Crafting machine has a custom UI panel where you can change. Oh, that's interesting. Conveyor belt made using a line renderer. Renders items using instancing when possible. I never actually thought of that. That's actually a smart way to do that. Documentation. This seems like it would have been a good thing to look through prior to the jam. Do we want to make a factory builder chat? Because it's probably going to take me like a half hour to read through all this documentation just to see how it works. How to set up a new or existing scene. Every scene that uses my template has to have factory builder master in the scene. How to set up a new or existing scene. If you want, you can add basic player implementation and player tools that allow a player to place machines and conveyor belts. The factory builder player prefab into your scene. How to create a new item, go into Unity. Do you have like a video tutorial? That would be super helpful for this. Then click the right mouse button, create factory builder new item. Or we will configure a new item. We need a prefab that is used to represent our item on the conveyor belt. If you want to use instance rendering for the item, and you probably should want it, the prefab has to be simple without any child objects. Iron bar item represents prefab looks, so just the prefab, a game object, mesh renderer, and mesh filter without any. Okay. Prefabs on the belt are rendered with prefab pivots, so you can offset using the pivot offset and item definition. Your new item representation prefabs have to be located in the folder which parent is the resources folder. Okay, simple enough because it's going to do resources.load. Last asset we need to create a new item is the item icon. Okay. So far this seems pretty straightforward. So we just need a prefab, mesh, an icon. And then it's just scriptable objects. Finally, the last thing to do is add our new item to the all items list in the factory build master. Okay. So we've got recipes, we've got items. So the recipe is like how you craft it. So kind of like what we did for Spellweaver. You have ingredient A, ingredient B, put together in a scriptable object, and that just produces a result. And then the items in this case are like the physical items. Okay. If there is no empty space left, change size from 5 to 6. Whatever, that's just an array. If you want to quickly test a new item in game, you can fill a container with it and check how it looks on a conveyor belt. Go in Unity in your desired folder. Right, that's just scriptable objects. Crafting time, okay. Straightforward. And what is the output? Crafting results. Decide which type of crafting machine. Why am I wanting to create a factory? Because I already have this template in apparently an asset that I had purchased years ago, and the theme is build to scale. So a factory seems like a very logical thing to do, especially since I already have that one script from my previous game jam Where is it? Like, I could go ahead and make pre-built solution for that. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to do this. We're still just brainstorming, and I'm trying to see what tools I have to work with. Because I've never used this asset before. It seems pretty straightforward. Alright, so that's just a scriptable object, fill out the crap. What's this asset called? It's called Factory Builder Template. Again, I already just have this. I had purchased it a number of years ago because one of the games that I was planning on making was sort of an Oxygen Not Included clone. And just seeing how they do conveyor belts and things like that. But it might be useful now. Is it allowed to use paid assets in the jam? You may use pre-existing code, and you can use whatever art and audio assets you have the legal right to use. But you shouldn't make stuff ahead of time that is specifically for this jam. As long as you're not using generative AI to create assets or code. So, by my interpretation of the rules, since I bought it off the Unity Asset Store, I have the legal right to use it. Let's just make sure, actually. License type. Yeah. Okay. Again, I'm not sold on whether I'm going to be using this or not. I'm just seeing what we have to work with. The recipe is made, we just have to add it to an array that contains all possible crafting recipes. Yep, we saw that. It's not a super handy, however, this is the easiest for users. Reliable way found. Serialized, deserialized. Okay. After changing order, adding recipe as the last item in all recipes is fine. In all recipes, the list will break your save game because the index at which the game... Fine, whatever. It's just a prototype. How to copy factory build and runtime. The other reason why I got this originally was because I wanted to see how they actually did conveyor belts. To see if I could reverse engineer it for a grid-based game. How to copy factory build and runtime into the editor. Not provide any way to do this through code. My way of doing this: build the factory you want in game mode. Then select all newly placed game objects in the hierarchy panel. Screenshot. How to create a new machine with existing classes. Empty game object. Add machine model as a child object to an empty game object. Machine visual body. In case just a sphere, you can probably want to shift model location position. Right, so it's just a placeholder. So they have input, output. So we have inventory, we have crafting machine. So events on crafting started. Just copying input and output in point 3 is not enough. We have to change their parents. Do so, select output and change the parent field. Now I have to register machine inputs and outputs inside the crafting machine script. So the problem is I don't want to get too far into like sunk cost fallacy with this. What to do is add a collider. Otherwise, you will not be able to open, close machine UI. Okay. Do we want to play with this? Saving and loading. However, machine is constructed in general. Every machine is constructed with the same scheme. Main game object, it has some machine class component. The machine has inventory, then the main game object has an inventory component as well. Main game object has a collider, so the player can interact with it. I could run a poll. The machine can receive items. As machine inputs as children of the main game object. The machine can send items, has machine outputs. Okay. Then it's saved as a prefab, so it can be spawned. Nothing else is actually very insightful into sort of the logic of how this all works. Doesn't seem particularly complex. How to create custom machine script. This tutorial is for more advanced users that know how to code C#. Create a script and make it inherit from machine class instead of mono behavior. Remember about using factory builder template. If you want the machine to have inventory, add require component at the top. Okay. If you want the machine to be savable, add a nice savable interface to the class. Should create 2 new methods. Yep. Okay. See, one of the benefits of this is I wouldn't have to create my own save system, since they already have a save system. Although I would just reuse the one from Spellweaver. Make a machine that has 2 inputs and 1 output, so I have to declare such variables. I'm actually very curious as to like what their classes look like. Okay. Alright, they're just using JSON utility to turn it into a JSON. So they have machine data, which has inventory, output, input. So it's getting it from an array. I guess it is just getting it from an array. Okay. Interesting. To create a new machine with existing. How to execute code from other threads. Okay. So that's all well and good. How do you use the conveyors, though? It said it was just a line renderer. Doesn't really say. Let us... I'm going to bring this in. We're just going to look at it. Just so I can understand what it's doing on the back end. If it looks really scary, I might just back out. Importing a complete project will overwrite your current project settings. Click... Alright, let's not do that. Let's instead create a new project. 3D built-in render pipeline. Call this factory test. Alright, so while that's loading up, take a look at that, but we'll go back to brainstorming some other ideas. Hey, Kay. Or Kai. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Probably K, right? Ka-A. So the plan for the jam, by the way, you may refer to me as Marushio or Maru. Circuit is just our studio as well as our mascot. So I am not Circuit. This is Circuit. Also, this is Circuit. Like the letter. Okay, got it. Yep, she is very cute. Just leave that there for a minute while we're waiting. So the plan is we are trying to come up with a core game loop based on the theme for built to scale. And then once we have a core loop and mechanic decided, then we'll worry about fleshing out a GDD and maybe get to prototyping. Right now, I'm just kind of taking inventory of what kind of 3D assets I have available, because mostly I've just been working with 2D stuff for the last several years. So 3D is a little bit scary, but we could use this as a growing opportunity. So these are just some of the ideas that I've been throwing out here. Keep in mind that we also have only 4 days to work on this, whatever we decide. So I'm kind of banking on only spending a few hours deciding this, and then getting some kind of base prototype working. Yeah. Still not sure yet. I still like the idea of a Katamari clone. I mean, Katamari was even one of the games that he referenced. Problem is, like we were talking about the asteroids example before. If I do anything more complex than basic shapes, so like I can't do the prints where he's like pushing the ball, because that's going to require 3D modeling and animating and rigging, which I could learn how to do, but not in 4 days. At least not by myself. If we were working in a team, I could do that. So whatever I decide has to be something that I can execute alone in 4 days, on top of doing basic things like, you know, adding sound effects and music, because that's important. So the advantage if I do it in 2D is I could very quickly churn out visual assets. Let's see. I guess we could, while we're waiting, see how difficult it would be to get a how hard would it be to get a ball rolling? Plane. Because usually this is like beginner type stuff, but we are not sure. So you would need, let me get rid of this for now. Rigid body. You are static. Thought there was an option to make them static. I guess that's only in 2D. Collider. Mesh collider. I guess it's convex. It's not a trigger. Sphere. You already have a sphere collider. See, normally I would do GDD first and then prototype. In this case, I'm prototyping to get a sense of how difficult the task would be, because I have no basis for comparison. So like with 2D stuff, I know exactly, or have a better sense of how difficult things would be. Let's get a light in here. You can go away for now. And you can go away for now. Alright, browser. Take care. I will see you when you wake up. Alright, so we need our test script. Public float move speed equals 8. If input dot get key code dot w, or let's do get access vertical Vector 2. Let's see, vector 3. Equals input dot get axis vertical. Why? Private rigid body RB. RB equals get component rigid body. Make this horizontal and new except this should be on the Z. Alright, so this should make it so that if I press W, we go forward, S, we go back, A, we go left, D, we go right. So let's just see if that does what I expect it to do. Almost wondering if I want to add like a texture on here. Okay. That kind of does what I want. Okay. Let's do test camera. Apparently I have RNG needs imported already, which is nice, I guess. Hey, Scapegoat. Yep, we're doing another game jam, and then we'll have a week off, and then we'll be doing another one, and then a week off, and then another one, potentially. Where is my scripts? Thank you. Public transform player, public void update, transform dot look at player, transform dot move, let's just start with that. What are the other jams we have queued up? So the other jams that we have queued up one is Bracky's Game Jam, which is in September, so 22 days from now. And then the other one is... wrong way. Excuse me. Alright, so we're here. I think I have it on my Discord. Let me just open that up. This one, the Sasquatch Beast Studios Game Jam, which is their first game jam. So only 108 people joined that so far. I imagine that'll go up in the coming days, but that is exclusively a 3D jam where it's being sponsored by Genies, and you have to use one of their characters in that, but it is cash prizes, which is nice. So that's coming up later in the month as well. Right, we were working on camera. So theoretically, this should just make the camera look at this. And let's actually make this faster. I go faster, fast. Faster for love. Do I need to add time.delta time to this? No, because it's RB velocity. I think. And let's actually put this back on so that we can have some sort of reference. And we didn't assign our camera a target. So that would probably be why that's not working. And this is not showing up because our camera is in the dirt, it looks like. Usually 15 is good. This would be where I get my CodeMonkey orbital camera script out, probably. And the camera is looking at it. Okay. It's not particularly exciting, but okay, so now this is going to be public float size, get private sets, private void update size equals transform dot local scale dot e, sure. And then public void on collision enter. We're going to say if if collision dot transform dot parent is not equal to this, or rather if it equals this, return collision dot transform dot local scale dot z is less than or equal to size. Then we'll say collision dot transform dot parent equals this equals transform. And then I guess we would say bring that into the fold. So we would say collision.gameObject.add component Katamari. Right? Should you just impulsively make a game for GMTK? Why not? It's only been going on for an hour and a half. Now would be the time to do it. The longer you wait, the worse it'll get. Alright, let's see if this actually works. I think if this works, chat, I may just go full bore into making a Katamari clone. Because that's always fun. First of all, we need that. And then we should probably get some objects going, right? So let's make a bunch of these. Yeah, because then we'll need to keep a running total of the full size. But that's okay, we can deal with that later. I can't see where I'm going. I can't believe that actually works. But then we got issues with rolling. It won't let us actually like roll up over whatever it is. Is that because it doesn't have a rigid body? Oh. Bye, I guess. Okay, do we want to freeze anything? I don't think so. See, what we could do is like dynamically create mass for all of these things and then go by like our collective mass. All right, now it's not actually combining. Also, it's like really hard to tell where I'm going, so... Let's just make a crap ton of these, so we're guaranteed to hit something. Do we want to freeze anything once it, Alright, let's just see. Alright, so it's just knocking them down. Whereas before, when we didn't have the rigid body, I'm actually going to put you over here so I don't keep clicking on you. Oh, now it's doing the thing. That's so cool. That's so cool. You have no idea how satisfying that is. Or maybe you do if you played the original Katamari. Alright. I think we're making a Katamari clone, chat. Alright, we're doing it. Okay, so now we need to figure out what we're actually going to do with our character controller. So for loop, player will steer their character around the map, collecting objects of smaller size than themselves. Genre. Katamari clone. As well as free and prepaid assets from the Unity store. player should feel enticed to make their ball as large as possible. Always eager to collect things. I guess we're going to be using Pro Builder. See here, if I had all the Cinti collection, I would just throw that and make a whole bunch of levels. But we're going to have to make everything from scratch, unless I have assets. Alright, primary mechanics. Roll into objects to collide with them if the object's mass is less than current total mass. Object is absorbed into the collective. Otherwise, it's deflected. Alright, so secondary mechanics. Upgrades. Or we'll say convert debris into upgrades, such as mass, movement, speed, collision radius, experience point multipliers, etc. Enemies and traps can knock certain items off your of you, reducing opportunity to cash in on them. We're not going to have quests, we're not going to have puzzles necessarily. As the player moves around the map, they will grow larger in size. I have a feeling, because of how simple this is, there will probably be several Katamari clones in the final showcasing. That's my prediction. So this is going to be a lesson for us in how to do basic low poly 3D stuff, I think. And just getting familiarized with sort of the 3D pipeline. Okay, Alright, I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be back momentarily. Alright, I am back, and I think we are going to lean heavily into this black hole concept, and thus came up with a name for our game. I'm going to call it Gravity Drive. What would be a good tagline for this chat? I guess we still need to work on refining the core mechanic, because it's like, okay, you're Katamari, why are we doing this? Katamari, asteroids. Right, because in the original Katamari, the goal was to eventually recreate stars. The King of all Cosmos charged you with gathering up enough mass so he could rebuild them. So I think our goal for today is then going to be to okay, this will be domain, this will be task, this will be priority. Come up with for loop and mechanics. It's the first game jam you're not super busy? Nice. So you should do well then, is what you're saying. Right, so come up with core loop mechanics. And then prototyping. I'm going to say set up input keyboard, mouse, gamepad, and yep, that's fine. I'm just doing it solo for fun as well. Right, so then day 2 Could be UI. Wants to determine size. Shop. Create upgrade system. Some of this we might even get done today, so I'm just fleshing out a basic idea here. Day 3 will be whole design. I'm wondering if we could do something like No Man's Sky, where like you're this little tiny black hole, and you go down to a world, and you absorb all the stuff there until you eat up the entire planet, and then you gotta go off-world to another planet, until you eventually become Galactus, Devourer of Worlds. Then I guess day 4 will be music or polish. And I think that would probably be all that we have time for. Okay. We got planning, prototyping, controls, UI, upgrades, polish, play testing. Control pass, collision pass. World pass, enemy pass. I guess I'd do enemy pass before world pass. No, world pass first. Because even if we don't have enemies, that's still fine. Mass tracker, upgrade, system, Shop window. Planet builder. Constraint of 4 days working solo. Limited experience with 3D pipeline. Minimum viable product, be able to wander around and gather objects to get bigger in a limited amount of time. So in Katamari, they also had a time constraint. I'm wondering if we want to do that. So like, what would the time constraint be for? So like, I'm thinking you have a set period of time that you go around, gather up all the things. Whatever you collect in that time gets absorbed into you, increasing your base mass for the next run. So like, items could either be traded off for upgrades, or you can just let them be consumed into you. And then if they're consumed into you, then it's like that's the end of the wave. So like, the enemies can't knock off what you already accomplished. So sort of like in Katamari, how you have like the different stages. So like, once you get to a certain size, then the world shifts LOD and you get bigger. Let's actually look at Katamari. Katamari gameplay, no commentary. Alright, see, like, you got the timer here, or rather, this is your size. Okay. Let's jump ahead a little bit. So, like, he's pretty fast and agile. And the camera looks like it's always tracking him, following him around. Right, so you have the outer ring here, which is your goal. And here, I think, is the timer. See there, that was the first transition to scale. Right, so you can't get those things yet because it's not big enough. Also, this music is like really appropriate. So like, I don't think I'm going to be able to do like the little prints down in the corner there. I do know that there are things in this that can like attack you and knock you off. Like the chicken there. Just knocked an apple off of him. It's like, yeah, and the people trying to knock you around. Some of the stuff that's placed in here is just weird. Like that random stack of books there. So we should probably make it so that if you collide with something that is bigger than you, then it kind of does knockback to you. But only if it's not the ground, right? So an object that could be collectible. See, like, he's like swinging that guy around. This game is insane. All right, come on, guy, get bigger. I want to see the transition again. Because, like, you can get pretty much everything in this game. Eventually, like, the whole land masses. Although that is something to consider as well, actually. So maybe you have to be a minimum size before it counts as a collision? Just random deer head on that tree. I mean, it's not like I don't know how wacky this game is. I played it back in the day when it first came out, but still. It's turning into like a React video. See, so there he just lost a bunch of stuff. And now the people running away now that he's bigger. Some guy riding a panda in the middle of the park. Alright, so what I'm looking for is right there. So you got bigger. So that changed the LOD of everything. I wonder if it made it so that like certain things below that threshold can't be knocked off anymore. So like your relative size matters a lot in this. It's like the game, it has certain parameters of like it expects you to be operating within this scale. And you just grew again. So now I would like imagine all this really tiny stuff can't fall off. Although I just saw apples flying and those are a lot smaller. Oh yeah, and there's stuff like you can knock into and stun them effectively. And you can still see the prints at the bottom there. So it looks like he moves out based on the scale of the Katamari ball. So like, are we gonna have a ship, or are we just gonna move the black hole itself? I guess if we're driving it, we should probably have a ship, right? Oh no, he fell in the ocean. But yeah, this is like most of the content in this game is just from like the wacky interactions of the objects, and it looks like Alright, so it looks like he met the goal, so he's just gonna see how big he can get now. So it looks like every object has the ability to wobble. So like if it gets hit, it can just go in place. But then some objects get flung far away. Yeah, I was gonna say, you should be able to get those fences. Eventually you get the whole gas station. Alright, so we should have enough information. Oh yes, and there were secrets that they found as well. Oh, you can't get out. Such a weird game. But I love it. Alright. So, that's called doing research chat. Alright, so player will steer a black hole around the map, collecting objects of smaller size than themselves, of lower mass than their total mass. What was I gonna say? If after a set amount of time, the black hole will consume all the matter in its event horizon, causing its base size to grow for future runs. Alternatively, the player can consume or can cache in debris to purchase upgrades. Okay. While avoiding enemies and obstacles that cause the player to lose their haul. If time runs before you reach a certain size, the black hole will consume you instead, and it's game over. Alright, so that's a reasonable core loop, right? We have a loss condition. I guess theoretically it's infinite growth, so no real win condition. Build a better ship. Certain items. All items can potentially be collected if you're large enough, but those objects within a certain scale range will be regarded as hazards, and thus colliding into them will knock off some of your material. Hey, Bubble! Just steal my idea. Don't really know what to make, but it seems like a great idea. Yeah, it just seems really fitting with the theme, and it's after doing that quick prototype there, it seems probably really easy to make within 4 days. And you could theoretically polish it up to no end as well. Anyway, how are you all doing today? Just because I'm working doesn't mean I'm ignoring you, my lovelies. So if you have questions about anything, be it art-related, game dev-related, coding-related, feel free to pop them in the chat and I will do my best to answer them. Alright, so roll into objects to collide with them. If the object's mass is less than your total mass, the object is absorbed into the collective. Otherwise, it's deflected. It's a hard theme for you. So if you want a free idea, you could make a factory automation game. All items can potentially be collected if you're large enough, but those objects with certain scale range will be regarded as hazards unless colliding with the black hole itself is indestructible. I mean, if you got $45 to spend, there's this template. We were looking at that before when we were brainstorming and considering what we could make within 4 days. It actually doesn't look that terribly difficult to make. It's mostly just scriptable objects, so. It's there if you want it. Starts with a timer and game starts with timer and target mass goal. If the timer runs out before you critical mass, your ship will be absorbed and you lose the game. Otherwise, the black hole will absorb all the base material and grow larger for the next run, acting as permanent progress. Within that margin, you can cash in free to unlock upgrades for your ship to make gathering easier, or avoiding enemy gathering material and avoiding enemies easier. So this will be types of upgrades, speed fields, magnet, discount, price of future upgrades, increase draw range of objects, increase movement speed, increase turning speed, reduce loss when hit, if an enemy is smaller than you, it will get absorbed. If an enemy is larger than you, it will depend on how large as to whether it's considered terrain versus an obstacle. And will only damage you if you're within that particular margin. Entities within that margin that are collided with will shake to indicate collision. Instead, assumption. All right, chat, can you think of any other potential upgrade types that we might want to have? So like we have speed, we have torque, we have shields. Magnetism, I'm not so sure about. That's going to be pretty performant intensive depending on how we deal with this. You did use Godot, you could read it and just understand how to make it. That's still 4 days, yeah. I don't know if Godot has like the equivalent of scriptable objects, which is basically, excuse me, is basically like a script that lives inside your asset folder and can be used as either a data container or perform logic. Tertiary mechanics. Find special hidden items and Easter eggs throughout the game, such as Game Jam. Worlds will be created through a mix of handcrafted and procedural. Objects will on planets, and you can eventually do outer space. Objects will be assigned a base mass correlated with their scale. Yeah, I think doing it by mass rather than scale is the better way to do it. Object base mass will be approximated using visual voxel measurement, UG cubic volume. Density multiplier. You don't understand the idea? You're piloting a spaceship with a black hole attached behind, or is the black hole in one place and you need to pick up objects and bring them to it? So you are piloting the black hole around. So let me see if I can find one of these had was it the Scrin, or was it might have been StarCraft even? Something kind of like that is what I'm thinking. Kinda like a Dyson sphere with a black hole instead of a star. Actually, that's a really good image to use for reference. pressured to find balance between upgrading and ensuring they meet the minimum mission requirements. Space Hauler, scale exponentially similar to an idle game, an idle clicker game. Progression curve, reference Google Sheets for data using SO Factory to produce all right. Is that everything? Narrative. You are a spacefaring alien salvager piloting a ship with a gravity drive. You use the vessel's black hole to suck up debris across the galaxy and turn it into sweet dosh in an aim to become rich. Cool, don't care about any of that. Art, mix of from low poly pro builder assets to higher poly prepaid asset models. Gravity effects, explosions, damage, simple 3D lighting, some elements such as stars or lamps might have additional spotlights. Hey Gustav, interesting game so far? Yeah, I think so. Probably won't have time. Basic object shake in place when struck, or jump to black hole center when absorbed. Disable collider and shrink to 0 when being absorbed or spent. Background music, title screen music, enemy encounter music, absorb, collide, explosions, money spent, coin clink. So basically similar to the point system that we had in Spellweaver. Voice acting, get rid of that. Sci-fi space theme. This layout akin to spaceship pilot controls. This is all just going to be gray boxed probably, unless I have like some pre-made asset and like better UI that I can just throw together. This is going to be like an afterthought almost. Diegetics, UI elements show how much speed, size, field, etc. you have. Integration, not worried about it. Definitely no chat rooms in this. Should be able to reuse a lot of the stuff from Spellweaver as far as the menus are concerned. I do believe that's everything. Katamari, Heist, Gore, Endless Run games, Idle Clicker games. See, I know Mark said no AI for assets, but do you think that counts for the cover art? I guess I could ping him and ask. We'll see what he says. If he responds, he may not get to it. We'll just leave that and come back to that at some point. See what chat is up to. Someone who is not Mark is responding, saying yes, that's also an asset, you would imagine, but unless they are a judge, their opinion is kind of worthless. Did I post in the Pirate Software Discord to let people know I'm doing the game jam? It seems I did not. Let me do that, so... Yeah, I did not. That is an oversight on my part. I'm sure there are many people there who would be interested. Hey, Leshy. You drew all the bishops, including yourself, without bandages? Oh, that's nice. Scale also means climb. Yes. Yes, it does. So you could make something like getting over it. Right? It's like a robot that does the... He would technically be built to scale, chat. Yeah, I'm really sad that I can't play Cult of the Lamb right now during launch week. Big sag. Okay. Don't need any of that because we know it's us. Just as a placeholder for now. We'll put that in. Find something better later. Harvest the galaxy. Okay. So now we need to start planning out systems for the prototype. Watching athletes climb that wall may be different athletes, and you need to build in different ways to reach a specific time. Could be. You mean like, so you're building the wall that they climb up? All right, so I think we are ready to start prototyping, chat. Not the wall, the holding things, the pythons. This is still our 2D scene, so can I rename this? Alright, let's close this out. No. Don't want to save. Yeah, you're talking about the little grip things on the wall. These things. Okay, so all right, let's get rid of this. New project. 3D. Gravity drive. Create project. All right, so that's going to take a minute to open. So I'm going to go to the bathroom and then we'll get to prototyping. So here's what I'm imagining, chat, is got a controller. We'll try and hook up controller support. And could use the stick to move forward, backwards, left and right. So left and right would be strafing, but then you use the shoulder buttons to turn. Right, so you could either strafe into an object or you could turn into the object. That feels intuitive, I think. And then probably have a button, like the A button, for instance, to bring up your upgrades. Spend mass. Need to figure out a way of visually representing that. That'll be an interesting experiment. Because you pretty much just have movement controls and your upgrades. So most of the buttons won't actually get used. Maybe you have L and R to strafe, like in Star Fox, and then horizontal axis will be for turning. So then you could also use the D-pad if you wanted to do that. Trying to think, would any of the other buttons need to do anything? Kind of thinking no. You could have like start for the pause menu. So it'd mostly be twin stick controls. And then you could use right stick to control the camera. All right. So let's see if we can't get some basic inputs working. Package manager. Input system. Oh, you know what? If we're doing 3D space, right? If we're doing 3D space, we're going to want to be able to tilt up and down. So maybe A could be your thruster. All right, so the minimum goal for today, chat, is going to be to try and get a ship running and a Katamari ball collecting stuff in 3D space. So let's do plane for the ground just for now. And this can be our ship. And then black hole. Guess let's do a box instead. So the idea is that the ball is always going to be rotating, or maybe it'll be rotating as we move. I think it makes more sense since the ship is always going to be really teeny tiny, having the ball move in the direction that we're moving. So maybe it makes more sense to, instead of control the ship, we control the ball, and then the ship just acts as like a visual indicator, like an arrow. So reverse the hierarchy there. Something like that. Okay, so let's bring back our camera controller. And I think what we want is to make the camera a child as well. And this will be a container for all of our objects. So we'll make that the parent. We'll have to figure out a proper distance and all that jazz. Thinking something like that, maybe. So let's start with this. So we'll say public transform or private transform target transform dot target dot position. Okay. And then we'll say field private float height private float distance public float set height this dot height equals height okay, and 7.5 and minus 10. Okay. So this will be the height of the camera above the object. This will be the distance from the object. And so then say void start. We don't need that because we're initializing it. So then we'll just say transform dot position equals new vector 3 0 height distance. I guess the order doesn't really matter. Okay, so let's also call this an onValidate. Private void onValidate. Just because that looks naked without that. Okay. All right, that should work for that. Oh yes, we probably should add hot reload since time is of the essence here. Object not set. Target. Why are you turning on the Y? Also, well, before we do that, let's go get install hot reload. Might as well get do tween. And then V hierarchy we wanted as well. La-da-da, la-da-da. That's always important, right? Okay. These modules are for external Unity assets. Do not activate them unless you have the relative asset in your project. Okay. Are useful if you need to reference the extra DoTween module API, like UI element.doColor. But remember to have those libraries referenced DoTween ones. I guess we don't need that. Log type on capture. I don't think we need any of that, so goodbye. B hierarchy. Okay, that should be it for now. Is it Alt? Yes. Camera. I guess we'll go with that. All right, just so we can see a little bit more clearly. And call this environment. And we'll just put our plane in there. And make sure to give a save. Okay. All right, so okay, so that's following that. Call this ship. Hopefully I spelled that right. This one, thank you. I guess we want these to be public eventually. Public float move speed. Public float turn speed. We'll have to play with that. Shield strength. What did we say the other This is why having a GDD is helpful, chat. Because I can just come back here and reference this. Turn speed, shields, magnetism, and discount. I'm just going to put it on the ship for now, until we need to abstract it out later. Magnetic strength, sure. Public float. Discount. Multiplier. Okay, so now this is where the tricky part comes in, because we're working in 3D space. So let's just say nope. We need a rigid body first of all. Private rigid body, or B. Get that in awake. Get component type of. Thank you. Okay, so rb.velocity equals that one so that should move it forward. So we'll say if input.get mouse button down. Sure, that's fine for now, just to test. We'll refactor that in a minute. Actually, let's just do float movement equals input.get axis vertical times move speed. Okay. So this should let us go forward and backwards. Should probably rename this to player controller. Okay, so now we should just be able to move forward and backwards and probably fall through the floor. Okay. So first of all, let us turn off gravity. Is kinematic. You can turn off gravity and be kinematic. Okay. And instead of vector 3.1, we want vector 3.forward. Okay. All right, so now you shouldn't fall down. And you're not moving anywhere now. Is it because you're kinematic? No. Controls whether physics affects the rigid body. I would have said yes, but... All right, what's going on here? Let's just try this, make sure it's actually working. Okay, so we need kinematic off. Understood. Okay, so now we should be able to move forward and backwards. And I accidentally opened up DaVinci Resolve, which I didn't want. Go away. You are not needed at this time. Alright, so the ship. There we go. I guess the ship is not going to have any mass, right? Okay, so for whatever reason you're not moving with the transform. Curious. And the reason for that is because all right, now it should work. Okay, so we have basic forward motion going. Ship can be trigger. Do we even need the rigid body on this or any of this? I guess we're not really interacting with the ship. It's mostly all about the black hole. Could eventually add that, but we don't need that for now. So let's just get rid of that and try this again. Okay. So we can go forward, we can go backwards. Good. So now we want to turn. Kind of don't need any of that stuff right now, so let's just leave it. Oh, and of course, how could I forget? Most important. Let's just get rid of all this for now, until we know that we need it. Alright, so I'm thinking that maybe we use the right control stick, so like the arrow keys, or the right stick, to be how much we move, and the left would be our positioning. So we have, what is it, tilt, yaw, and roll. Pitch, yaw, roll. Forward, back, up, down, left, right. Alright, so roll is around the C. Pitch is around the X. And yaw is around the Y. So we probably want private float, pitch, yaw, roll. Title feed. Title stats. Title realize fields. Do we want a max angle, or do we want to just be able to completely do whatever. I guess let's leave it as whatever for now. Okay, so left stick will control pitch. And then yaw, if I remember correctly. Yeah, yaw is this way. Input.get axis horizontal times turn speed. And then roll. That's going to be more complicated. So we'll say if input dot get key code dot let's do keycode dot q roll minus minus equals -1 times roll times turn speed. Or no, it should be yeah, because input axis is going to be normalized. And this will be E plus then we'll just say if input dot get key keycode dot space. So if we hold down space, then we'll go forward. All right, so left and right will do this. Up and down will do this. Q and E will do this, and then space will do this. And then these will get remapped to the shoulder buttons. You could even make the trigger buttons be strafe. Mm-hmm. Let's just duplicate this. Say key code left shift and right shift. Then we'll say rb.velocity equals vector 3.left, rb.velocity equals vector 3.right. Okay, so hopefully this should do what I want it to do. Let's find out. Okay. You guys still with me in chat there? Give me a yes and yes. Probably make that faster just so we can see it. That's good. Okay. So a couple issues here. First of all, we aren't actually using the roll or any of that. Secondly, so if we're doing that, otherwise we just stop. So this should make for a very... There'll be no acceleration or deceleration, it's just constant speed. So that might be something we want to address later. And then same for these. Say equals that. We should probably do turning first. So that's thrust. Turning. So transform.rotation equals quaternion.Euler yaw pitch roll. Is that the right order? pitch yaw roll. Right? Rotates around Z first. Okay. So then we want roll, pitch, yaw. Right? Because our roll axis is forward. So Z axis first. Then around the X axis, which is pitch. Then around the Y axis. Okay. So fingers crossed, chat. Okay. We're rolling. We're rolling. Okay, so those are clearly the wrong order. So rolling is working correctly. So up and down is doing yaw. So do we just switch these? Okay, so turning is working. So we should probably like be adding to that. So pitch and yaw seem to be switched. No, that's yaw. That's working. Ah. Unity. Order. Pitch. Roll, yaw, rotation. Hey, Baba Boy. We are making a Katamari clone in space. So our game is called Gravity Drive. You are piloting a ship that is steering a black hole, and the idea is you are going to go and collect debris and then salvage that. And if you don't collect enough debris, the black hole will absorb you instead. Right now I'm just trying to figure out the the basic piloting controls here. So first of all, we probably want to do that, which we can't do. Why? Alright, so first of all, minus equals that, plus equals that. Still trying to find one? Not easy, is it? Especially since you have such little time to prepare. Right. Alright, so Google Unity quaternion rotation yaw pitch roll order. In Unity, oil angle rotations are performed sequentially around the z-axis, the x-axis, and then the y-axis. This method of rotation is called extrinsic rotation. The original coordinate system doesn't change during the rotations. To rotate a game object, you can enter values into that. Okay. Ew. Gross. I hate quaternions so much. So it's saying yaw pitch roll in that order. Right? I have this correct. Well, I guess we'll find out. Also, we should probably turn our move speed down. Actually, we kind of want that. I mean, there's only 6 possible combinations, so... Okay, pitch is working. That's roll. So I need to switch yaw and roll. Alright, let's see if that did the thing. Right, so X, Y, Z. Oh, I'm stupid. Of course it would be in that order. It's just telling me on the back end what the order it's executing in. Okay, I'm dumb. Alright, so this should work now. Okay. So we have yaw. We have pitch. And we may even want to do invert controls. And we have roll. Look at that, chat. And it's not doing forward. It's just kind of doing... So this needs to be in local space. Ugh. How do I get the local forward? Unity, get local forward. Vector, forward vector is always in world space. Transforms direction from local space to world space. Transforms position from local space to world space. Trying to remember what the inverse of that was. Inverse transform direction. Is that right? Is that what we want? Is this what you want? How to get transforms local forward as vector 3. In world space. That's why. Transform.forward, not vector3.forward. Of course, vector3.forward will always be in world space. Okay. Look at that. We did it. We've got a ship. And look, it'll even crash along the ground. Cool. So now we can fly around. So we probably also want to be able to ascend and descend. Alright, so our shift buttons aren't working. And that's probably because... we probably want something also that'll allow us to just elevate. Excuse me. Input dot. Let's just copy this. I guess for now, let's just do I. or let's do U for up, and not D. J for down. 3 dot up, up, down. Okay, so now we can go left, we can go right, up, down, turn, yaw, pitch, roll. This should eventually be like left 6. So what we should probably do is have WSD be for, WASD QE will be our yaw pitch roll, and then arrow keys will be forward, back, left, right, up, down. I'm sorry, forward, back, up, down. And then shift for strafing. It's kind of weird. We'll have to play with that. See what feels good. Yeah, let's just see if that's doing what we want first before we fine-tune it. And it's not because... well, that's working. As we get yeeted off into space. Alright, so we need to split these off. Yaw, roll. Let's do this. Private. Cool. Input X. All right, instead of horizontal, instead of that, let's do... oh, right, because I had made it U and J, not up and down, left, right. So that should still work. Except that it's eating us into space. Okay. Okay, so in principle that works. We just need to refine it. Alright. Been going for 4 hours. I'm going to take a break to use the bathroom, and we'll be right back. Okay, so at the moment we're doing it in the most verbose, dumb way possible, but that's okay because principle of make it work, make it right, make it fast. So we're working on making it work. Let us do a little bit of abstraction here. C#. Game input. Public static. Void awake. Okay. Public static. Forward. Get private set. Go up, down, left, float, down, left, right, back, forward, private void update, up equals input dot get key key code W just do that for now. Down. Again, this is the worst way to do this, but fix that later. This should be up arrow, down arrow, left arrow, right arrow, and back was going to be J. Forward can be space. Make back B. Okay. If input dot get key code dot W I should be able to use ternary for this, actually. So pitch equals key code get key code input.getKey. Okay, so we're getting W, pitch is going to be 1. We're getting S, it's going to be -1, and otherwise it's going to be 0. Okay, that's what we want. Alright, so yaw and roll. So yaw, what did we say? Yaw is horizontal. D, A, roll is E, and Q. And then these can actually just get collapsed into X, Y, Z. And just copy this again. Okay, so X was left arrow. Sorry, it should be. This just makes better sense to me in terms of reading order, even though we're going to get refactoring all of it. S, A, E, Q. All right, negatives, negatives, Okay, so left and right for X. Y is up arrow. And down arrow. Z is B and space. Okay, get rid of all that crap. Okay, so now all our inputs are abstracted. So we can just say game input dot yaw game input dot pitch roll plus equals game input dot roll times that, and then X equals game input dot X times move speed times time dot delta time. Y and Z. These shouldn't need time dot delta time. And this should just be new vector 3, X, Y, Z. Thrust, straight, hover. Look how consolidated all that is. All right, let's see if it actually does the thing that we want. You need to be on something. Create empty. Game manager. Game input. Fingers crossed. Okay, we're turning. We're pitching. We're rolling. And we can hover. We can strafe. And we can move. Kinda. Times transform dot right. All right, so let's do this first. Thrust, brave, hover. So, that. Hmm. So, vector 3 move dir equals new vector 3 game input.x game y game input.z. Now we can get rid of that. Now we can get rid of that. And this is in world space. We need this to be in local space. Do we add it to that? Hmm. Need to map this out. Yay, vector math. So my inputs are basically just getting point on a unit sphere. So if my input is that way, but my facing direction is that way. I think I want to add them together. Yeah, that's a normalized vector. I think we just want that. Something like that. Let's try that. I have a feeling it's just going to do it in world space, though. Yeah, and it's way too fast. And it looks like it's just, yep, constantly eating us, so. Time, delta time. All right, so we definitely don't need delta time. And can I just say this? Transform dot look at new vector. Transform dot forward equals new vector 3. Game input dot pitch. Game input dot roll. Game input dot yaw. No, this is yaw roll. Can I just do that? right, let's see if I can do that first. Definitely can't do that. So let's just have it back to the way it was. Transform dot inverse. Still no. Google, transform move direction to local space. Transform dot position plus yikes. Come on. This can't be that hard. What if we did that? No. Unity get local. See, we had this before, and it was working. What did we have before all of this? Right, so first of all, those should be not vector3.up, but transform.up. Okay, hold up. I might have something here. Times transform.right. Vector 3y, vector 3z, transform.up times transform.forward. Fingers crossed. Okay, I think we got it this time. Alright, let's try strafing. Okay. So now that's working. A little bit slow. That's okay. Can fix that. And let's also make public static bool reset rotation equals input.get key down sure, key code R. And then we'll just say if game input dot set rotation. Yes. Also, what is going on with the music here? Okay. Weird. Alright, so let us get into like a really funky position here. Okay. And I'm pressing, and it's not doing the thing. And that's because the rigid body is being reset, not the transform. Okay. And it's not procking for some reason because game input.reset rotation. Why is that not doing anything? Let's make sure it actually does the thing. Hey, Me5. You're participating too? And good luck to you. What is the game idea? So we are making a Katamari clone in space where you control a ship with a black hole that goes around and collects a whole bunch of debris and crap. So right now I'm working on the character controller, trying to get our piloting system working. It's almost working. Right, so instead of setting that, we should okay. I think that might be the problem. There we go. Good job. Okay. Okay. Now we have that working. Now I think it might be time to do our little Katamari thing. Create a sphere, or I guess a capsule would work. All right, so make you so the black hole has a rigid body. So we should be able to just bump into this. Something is wrong here. Because we're not taking move speed into account. No wonder it feels slow. And we also need turn speed. Can I just do this? No. That's not necessary because you're already up there. Okay, and we want you to have physics. And the reason you're not having physics is because you probably need a rigid body. Makes sense. Turn off gravity for now. There we go. Now it just got yeeted. Okay. Let me just see what this does. Right. Pretty sure kinematic makes it so that it can only be controlled through code, not actual physics. So now all right, let's think here. So we want an eye collectible. Fine, whatever. And we're going to say collectible. And then we need mass manager. All right, so you're going to have a public float mass float add mass so in start public static mass manager instance void awake instance equals this. I'm just going to rename this Katamari. Do I just want to make the whole class static? No, I don't think so. Can make this static. Okay. And then mass equals public add option for saving and loading. Trying to decide whether we want to keep a list of children. Public static list of collectible. Okay, we calculate mass for each collectibles, add mass, public float mass, okay. Maybe we want private rigid body RB. RB dot mass equals mass. Private rigid body RB. And then we said it was going to have a range of if below this, treat as terrain. How do we want to do this? So we have our Katamari mass. We want to say if it's between min and max. Right, so if in range, treat as obstacle, otherwise treat as terrain or can be collected. Right, so it has 3 states, so if it's So if our Katamari's mass is below the minimum mass, then we're going to treat it as terrain. If it's below this, treat as obstacle. And then if greater than mass, can collect. Private void wake Get the rigid body. And then the Katamari needs a container. Public. Transform container. Transform target. Target dot parent equals container. Recalculate mass. All right, so we're going to say private void on collision enter if collision dot game object dot try get component Katamari. Right, so if the thing we collided with is the Katamari, then we're going to say if Katamari dot and this is why we need it to be a singleton. Right, so if the Katamari's mass is less than min mass, return if Katamari mass is greater than max mass, I guess we don't need this actually, because it's just going to be if it's between the min mass and this. It's greater than R mass, then Katamari dot gather transform. Um. Just trying to think, because before we added the Katamari to that. A public pool is part of Katamari. So if it's part of the Katamari, we'll say, and we're not already part of the Katamari. Well, first of all, if we're part of the Katamari already and we're colliding with the Katamari, just return. And if it's less than the minimum threshold, return. Otherwise, gather us and is part of the Katamari equals true. Else deal damage to Katamari, because we collided with it. Remember we said it's gonna bonk. Between shake and place sound. Bonk, circle, or sphere cast on Katamari. Or actually, instead of a sphere cast, we'll just say remove last X number of children from Mari collectibles. In fact, let's rename this to be children. All right, so then we're going to say if we are part of the Katamari and collision.gameObject is a collectible, Out collectible. All right, so basically, if one of them is part of the Katamari, then we do all this other stuff. So we say, if we're not part of the Katamari, and call this other dot, not other dot is part of Katamari. So if neither of us is part of the Katamari, then we're just two objects out and about. We don't care. Whereas if we are part of the Katamari, then other dot Katamari dot gather other dot transform. And let's actually move this into here. We'll say target dot is part of Katamari. And we'll say this. Alright, so if we are part of the Katamari, then Katamari dot gather other. Else, if in return Katamari dot gather this and return yeah, we only need to check it one way. Because they're both going to do a check when they collide. So I think that's it as far as that. And in here we can, you know, add sound effects, VFX, fanfare. Uh, Instead of doing this, just say mass plus equals target dot mass. And static void release collectible. Target's null. Target dot is part of Katamari is false. And mass minus equals target dot mass. And then all this. And then also children dot add target. Yep. Children dot remove target. Public static void bonk int number amount for int I equals children dot count minus 1 I is greater than children dot count minus amount. Is it amount minus 1? I already do this upwards, right? Because if amount is 0, I think it's got to be minus 1. Yeah, because if I were going up, I would start at amount and go up to count. So I need to add -1. Release children.I. I think that should work. Okay, so now we have to have collectibles, have things. Um, uh, Load min mass. Mass equals mass. Then we need a factory. Public, static, collectible, create. Load mass, load min mass. I guess we can just do this. Collectible prefab. Var entity equals instantiate prefab. Position, Quaternion, rotation, transform parent. Position, rotation, parent. Mass entity dot min mass. Really? I can get that even though it's private? I guess because it's in the same class. Alright, so we have our collectible factory. Wool is part of Katamari. Is part of Katamari equals is part of Katamari. Okay. So we have our Katamari, we have our collectibles. Let's see. So the black hole needs a Katamari. Why? Katamari. Apparently didn't get renamed. Okay, now you have a Katamari. Let us... Alright, we're not gonna... go in inspector. Cannot do that. I'm sorry, Dave, I cannot do that. Fine. We'll do this properly. If I could type the word instance, that would be nice. This dot. It's like the equivalent of that for coding train. Just because I like that better. Okay, so we should be able to see. Yes, container. Right, so that should make them children of that. And then our capsule needs a collectible. And let's see. We still have to do this. So we're saying if it's part of the Katamari, if other dot mass is less than min mass return, Right, so if the other thing is smaller than us, we don't care. No, it should be if the others is greater than our mass, we don't care. Right? I'm confused. If the other's mass is less than our min mass, I think I want to say this. Mass is less than other dot mass, min mass. Right, so if our mass it does not show up on its register, then return. Right, because we are too small, it is terrain. Otherwise, right, if the other, yeah, because it doesn't matter if we're part of the Katamari or not, it doesn't matter. So if we are part of the Katamari, and so if we're part of the Katamari and our mass is greater than other dot mass, hey, Nut Dealer, how are you doing? Did you, were you one of the people that I played your game for the Pirate Software Game Jam? No, I never played it. Talked to you about Game Dev Club in college. I'm sorry, I don't remember having that conversation, but if you found it helpful, I'm glad for that. In my defense, I talked to a lot of people, so... Anyway, how are you doing today? Are you participating in the GMTK Jam? There you go. You are, okay. So we are rivals at the moment. Coming to spy on me, to sabotage my work. I'm kidding. That's good. Glad to hear it. Right now, I'm trying to figure out the logic for this. You're doing a Souls-like. Well, that's ambitious. I am doing a Katamari-like. We should probably also say, if they are already both part of the Katamari, we don't care. Alright, so if neither is part of the Katamari, or both are already part of the Katamari, we don't care. And so then we'll let whoever is part of the Katamari deal with the other case. So if our mass is less than the other's min mass, right? So like a tiny little object against a big old tree, we don't care. No, that is incorrect. We should say Katamari.mass. Good thing I checked all this. So then we basically just want this. Alright, so then we just say if not part of the Katamari, then return, and we'll let whoever is part of the Katamari deal with that. In fact, if we are not part of the Katamari, we don't care regardless. So then it's only a matter of actually right, so if we are not part of the Katamari, return. And we'll let the one that is part of the Katamari deal with it. If neither of us is part of it, or both of us is part of it, then return. Do I need this line? I don't think I need that line. Alright, so all we need, we aren't part of the Katamari, we don't care. If both are part of the Katamari, we don't care. And whoever is part of the Katamari will handle just trying to think. I think I can just say this. Alright, so if we're not part of the Katamari, we don't care. If the other is also part of the Katamari, we don't care. So this should only proc in the situation where we are part of the Katamari and the other one is not part of the Katamari. Really? I'm the only one live streaming? That's, that can't be right. I saw a whole bunch of people in the server. Unless they're all done for the day. Yeah, I'm like looking up a whole bunch of people on, well, they got their Discord links, I guess. Yeah, I got 1, 2, 3. Seeing at least 10 or 12 people in Mark's server who say that they're streaming. Unless they just posted that and they're not streaming currently. For some reason, I don't know. Okay, so... Alright, well that makes sense, I guess. Alright. Let us see. If this works, then I think the next step is going to be to refactor the input so I can use a controller and not have to worry about this. Hey, Alex. Yeah, the theme is pretty interesting. Mark always comes up with good themes. Yes, map design can be such a bitch. Right, there's... Hmm. Kind of need that at the moment. Actually, instead of doing that, Do I want to make that public? For now, shouldn't need that or that. Okay. Alright, so our ball is currently at a mass of 1. So why don't we make this... So this is going to represent something that's like way bigger than us. So 5. Fact. Okay. Copy that. All right. Alright, so this is going to represent an object that's too big for us to gather. We'll call this one tree. Call this one man. So the man will also be too big for us, but it will register as an object. And then dog will be something we can pick up. And we'll make the ground collectible, but it will have an enormous mass. Thank you. Okay. So we shouldn't be able to pick up the ground or the tree. If we bonk into here, it should say bonk. And then we get the dog. We should be able to pick him up. Okay. Let's see if this works. And non-convex mesh collider rigid body is no longer supported. Fine. That's so dumb. Okay, let's try. That wasn't supposed to happen. Where are you all going? Why? We'll figure that out in a second. Okay. Interesting. Well, they are definitely a part of us. And our bonk is not triggering for some reason. Fascinating. Okay. Okay, so you are becoming part of the collider. Right. You are being added twice. A bunch of times, in fact. And man is being added again. Again. And again. This looks like a job for our unique list. Scripts. Create folder. Utilities. Unity projects. Spellweaver. Might as well drag those in too, because we're gonna need them eventually. Now I gotta go find that. Soft git URL. Unity. I can never remember how to do this. Course save system. Might as well drag these in too. create. Okay. Right. We were going into Katamari. Unique list. All right, so all right, that should stop it from endlessly respawning. Hmm. All right, so first of all, when you get gathered, let's just make you all kinematic. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. That is not at all the behavior that we want. Hmm. Why is it continuing to do that? Come on. Stop. Like, I can drive backwards, but I can't drive forwards. Like, we got it working in the very first one. Remember that, chat? What if we just make you the thing? It's crazy. Why is that doing that? I don't want to have to make them triggers. All right, let's make some prefabs here. Prefabs. Let's make a new scene. Actually, what do I need to do that for? Let's get rid of this. Scripts, Katamari. Public void on collision enter. If collision dot game object dot try get component collectible out other out collectible other somebody. All right, let's just try that. See if that works. So create a simple plane. And bunch of capsules that will have collectible on it. Okay. So I don't have to go so far away. And we'll say none of you use gravity. And all of you can come up a little bit. Okay. Make all of those kinematic. You have to be kinematic. I have a feeling you won't work if I make you kinematic. That feeling is correct. And that would be because I'm stupid and did exactly the same thing. Transform.parent equals Katamari dot instance dot container okay. Okay, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? So you all have test collect. So if the thing you collided was the Katamari, right, because you have the Katamari script on you. Why is that not... You all have rigid bodies. You have rigid body. I am very confused. I'm not getting any logs to the console. That is not supposed to happen. Public void, on collision enter. You're just supposed to say hit. Alright, let's do some investigating. On collision enter, not working. An object with a mesh collider and a prefab with sphere collider. I want the instance of the prefab to be destroyed when the two collide. I'm not using that. Both objects have a collider. None of them is trigger. One of them is rigid non-kinematic, non-static. None of you is kinematic. You are not kinematic. You're all using regular rigid body. You are not triggers. No constraints. I haven't messed with any of that. This is very frustrating. All right, Nut Dealer, take care. Probably left a while ago and I missed that. Trying to focus on getting this shit done. You set the other collider to trigger only, it should work, if I understand. Wait a second. That shouldn't matter. I can't fucking do this. If something as simple as on collision enter isn't working. Right, am I like crazy here? Pretty sure I don't have errors paused. Is there an issue with the logger? Input dot get key down. Why is why is this happening to me? Okay. Wait, is it because it's static? Hey, Barotaku. I am a little bit frustrated right now because something as simple as a collision check is not working. And I'm trying to diagnose why. Because we should not be having these issues. Is it because of this? It's because of this. Also, I'm upping the turning radius on this. Yeah, that's better. All right. Okay. Let's see now. Alright, you're still not calling bonk, though. And they're flying way the hell far away. So, how do we deal with that? Yeah, I'm trying to program it so that the ball, it's basically making a katamari. But they're flying all over the place. Let's see. Google. Unity. Stop. Child objects flying away. Solution to moving child rigid body with parent rigid body. Adding or removing a joint. That would be hella expensive, though. I should just look up... I don't want to look this up. I'm sure somebody has already done it, where they've made a Katamari in Unity. We did it before, at the beginning of the stream. You guys saw it. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that, aren't I? I'm gonna have to go back and look at the stream and find out what it was that I did. Because this is taking way too long. I don't have time to waste on this. I want it to just stick to the thing. Unity stick to object on collision. (3D). All right, let's try this. All right. Katamari. Do we have access to your rigid body? Let's just do that. So then we will say RB.freeze rotation. Target.rb.velocity equals vector 3.0. RB.is kinematic is false. That's kind of gross because it's doing it every update. Everybody keeps saying use fixed joined. All right. I'm just worried that this is going to balloon the performance cost here. I know you shouldn't optimize too early, but all right, so target dot add component. Fixed joint. Bar joint equals that. Actually, let's be smart about this. Public. All right, so target dot joint dot connected body equals RB instance dot RB target dot RB dot velocity equals 0 vector 3 dot 0 freeze rotation equals true. Let's do all of this after. No, attach. Release. Target dot RB dot constraints equals and add explosive force, send flying or destroying. Okay. rb.mass equals long target dot rb.mass equals mass. Make sure we're not doing anything in update. No. Okay. Okay. Alright, so first of all, that's why that wasn't working. Connected articulation. Okay. Let's see if it do the thing. Hmm. So it's not assigning the rigid body. So if I do that manually, it will. Alright, so why are you not assigning your rigid body, sir? Is it because it's static? That shouldn't be the problem. Alright, you know what? Can't add rigid body to fixed joint. Singleton. According to Unity documentation, fixed joint is a physical component that restricts an object's movement to be dependent on another. However, a fixed joint requires a rigid body component to be attached to the object connected to. That means that a rigid body cannot be added to a fixed joint singleton. If you need to achieve a similar effect, consider using a different approach, such as creating a custom script that simulates the behavior of a fixed joint without using the built-in component. Okay. Alright. I gotta go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Alright. Praise the Lamb. Good vibes only. Perfect timing. Alright. At least we figured out that we can't have static rigid bodies, which is annoying as hell. So what are we going to do here? Well, let's see about getting rid of this. Okay. Let's try again. Are you happy now? Or shall I graph it for you? Okay, you are still not doing that. And the reason you are still not doing that is because can't add connected body to fixed joint. You do not need to assign a connected body to your joint for it to work. This means that you cannot add a is not a required or supported property. Fixed joints are designed to restrict an object to be dependent on another object without the need for rigid body connections. What? Why are you not adding? See, in the example that I'm following, he's adding it dynamically. Don't want to do that. Which shouldn't matter. This line is the same as this line. Fine. Let us try hinge joint, since you want to be difficult. Okay, let's try it now. Where? This is so frustrating. I just want it to work. Right. You require a hinge joint, not a fixed joint. See? No fixed joint. Fine, you know what? Fine, that should just do nothing. Are you done? What's going on? Hot reload. You are not supposed to be on. You were supposed to be making my life easier. Hot reload. Ah. Suddenly I'm regretting the whole doing things in space. Kind of thought we would have been done with this by now. Welcome to programming, where everything's made up and the points don't matter. See how everyone else is doing. But yeah, see, it's like shit like this that makes me want to cry sometimes. Can go into the blow off Steam chat. Project you are opening contains compile errors. Entering safe mode allows solve these errors without waiting. Port. Ignore. I too like to live dangerously. What compiler errors? In fact, we can get rid of that script. Maybe. No, I'm going to hold on to it. Because I know I'm going to need it in like 5 seconds. You can go back on. You're behaving. Thank you. Excuse me. What? Why? Thing is, this is like every engine. This is every engine, every language. If you ever need to compile a script like that where it's not behaving, just go right-click, re-import, and that should recompile it. See? Okay. And we're getting a null ref exception. Okay, maybe we can put our fixed joint back together. Also, why are you here? I should just be getting these in awake regardless. Private void awake. And shouldn't need that. What now? Target.joint. Okay, so we will find out what is null. Joint is null. Why is joint null? Why is joint null? Why is joint null? Should not be null. Should never be null, in fact. In about 5 seconds, I'm going to try that other guy's solution. You clearly have Is this hot reloader again? Supposed to be saving me time, not costing me time, hot reloader. Hallelujah. It's fine. I know what to do. This is the most jank-ass crap. See the things I have to do here, chat? The things I have to go through. All to get something so simple. Okay. That's working. All right. Let's just say actually these two are the same. Whatever. Don't touch it. Why are you all registering that your parent is null? Like, you make sense. You. Alright, we're just going to say if your Katamari was null, return. Because that's basically what that means. In fact, that. Say that. Get rid of that. Okay. All because you didn't want to work with statics. Just like how canvases don't want to work with lights or particles. All this stupid bullshit that should just work. Okay. Thank you. You are now working. Except for you. Sure would be nice to see our mass. So... I thought that was supposed to do the thing. Fine, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. It would also help if I was on the right, There you are. Why are you at the bottom? Whatever, I'm not going to question it. I am going to question it. I hate everything about you. Why do I love you? Okay, so that's a problem. Mass is not updating. Honestly, I should just do... Okay. Your mass is going to be 1. Your mass is going to be 0.5. Your mass is going to be 5. And your mass is going to be 100. Alright, so we successfully bonked. And we bonked the tree. Okay, we got that. And our mass should be 2 now. Okay. Alright, so we bonked the tree. That's good. Somehow our mass is now 4. So the dog is 0.5, you're 1. Is our base mass? Our base mass is 1. Swear it's like pulling teeth. Okay, so our mass currently 1. Now it is 1.5 correctly. Now it is 3. Which makes sense because his mass that does not make sense. Such bad practice making everything public, but at this point I don't fucking care. Okay, you're 0.5, you're 5. By the end of this, we should have 2.5. Okay, so we hit you, we bonk. Okay. Hit you. Okay. Hooray. Finally. Does the thing. Alright, we've been going almost 8 hours here. I am starting to get hungry. I haven't had anything since breakfast, so what I'm thinking I might do is see if I can refactor the input system, and then I'll take a break for dinner, and then maybe in like an hour after that I'll come back and do some more stuff. So let's see if we can make this work. Okay, input actions. Their input. Mouse keyboard. Gamepad. 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 Okay. So, gameplay. So, for any of you watching, okay, who's confused about how the new input system works, I am going to be setting it up now. So if you would like to watch and learn, and hopefully I have it correct. Okay, so we want well, let's just start with this is pitch and yaw. Let's call it turning or steering. Call it steering. Added binding with 2 modifiers. Value type of axis. Axis would make sense, because axis is from -1 to 1. Actually, we're gonna do that. Pitch. Gamepad. Not left stick down. Alright, let's just do vector 2. Now we'll do axis. Pitch. Pitch is going to be up and down, so right, so add a positive and negative binding. Actually, yes. So min value, max value, which side wins? Neither. So the negative is going to be for pitch is S keyboard. For positive is W keyboard. And these will be for mouse and keyboard. Stick down. stick up. Okay. Just making sure that's what I want. Might have to switch them at some point. But anyway, these are gamepad. Those are mouse and keyboard. So now, duplicate. Yaw. So this is left and right. And let's just do duplicate again. Roll. Okay, so positive yaw is to the right. That's this one. Left stick right. Kind of wish we would get rid of most of these since I'm only ever really going to use gamepad for most of this. Yes, left stick right. There we go. Left stick slash left. Okay. And then roll. We said positive is going to be E. I also don't like how it doesn't let me just click on those. That's annoying. Keyboard and I think the bumpers make the most sense for that. So, left shoulder. So you have shoulder, which is the bumper, and then you have trigger, which is usually just trigger, the back one. Right shoulder. Okay. All right, so that's all of those. So then we need thrust, hover, and strafe. Right trigger. Left trigger. What do we say this was? Right shift, I guess. Left shift. Okay. the thrust. So positive thrust is right stick. Down. No, up. Right stick down. Right, so positive, negative. And then thrust for positive. I guess it would make sense to make it be the up arrow. Down arrow. You got a portion of your map design? That's awesome. Did you post pictures in the Discord? These should actually be the shift keys. Left shift. Right shift. Oh wait. So thrust, hover. Yeah, it makes more sense for this to be. Came in the jam with no assets whatsoever, so everything is being built from scratch. Nice. I need to rethink this. Pitch, that's fine. Yaw, that's fine. Roll. strafe. No, strafe needed to be right stick, left, right stick, right. And strafe was okay. Thrust was up and down. Thrust is up and down. Strafe is left and right. Hover needs to be shift and trigger. Does that make sense? Okay. That makes more sense to me. Okay. And then... No, not a new action map. Toggle... Toggle menu. Yes. So... Button south. So spacebar to toggle the menu. Also, pro tip, don't use escape when you're making stuff in itch.io because escape is what they use to exit full screen mode. So try to avoid that if you can. For a PC build, it's fine. Usually. So we want confirm. So this is going to be this should be like what to start. All right, so button south. Add binding. This will be mouse left button. Now there's something to do with UI, action map. Save that, close this out. We go to Canvas. So click the event system. Go to the, not the module. Here, so the default input actions. Click on that, click up this, copy that, go to our input system, paste, okay. So now we have access to the normal navigating. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to add. I guess we could always add them later. Right, because we still have more buttons. I always try to design the controls for the gamepad because it has fewer buttons, and so if you can make it work with that, then you can make it work when you have plenty more buttons after. In particular when designing hotkeys. Okay, so I believe that is everything that we need. So now we save this, and we should be able to go over here and click Generate C# Script and click Apply. And so now if we come here, this is our player input actions asset, and then this is our player input actual script. So you don't ever need to go into this, but just to show you, it's basically one big JSON file, or I guess objects file. So now we go back to here, right? Remember we made this game input class before. So now we have all of these, so we're just going to replace them with this, but we need a reference to our C# script, so called it public player input, right? Player input. And in awake, we say player input equals, we could do get component, or we could say new player input, right? Because it's a class now. If we didn't make the class, then we would drag a reference into there. Now we should be able to replace all of this. Just say x equals, right, so those are left, right arrows. So that was strafe. Player input dot gameplay dot strafe dot just want to make sure that that's what we're using that for, because I did change it. Right, so X is strafe, Y is strafe, hover, and thrust. So Y and Z, right? And so now this script doesn't care what our bindings are. It just cares that we name them correctly. So Y was hover, and Z was thrust, right? Because forward and backwards. And then we have pitch, which should be able to just take all of this. Let's say pitch. Look at that, yaw. And what was the other one? Roll. Okay. And then we should do one for reset rotation. So we come back in here into gameplay, and we can say reset rotation. So for mouse and keyboard, it's going to be the R key. Or I guess we could do right mouse button. Doesn't matter, we can always change these later. And for gamepad, we'll do right stick press. It's like if you've been playing Cult of the Lamb, it's the bleat button. The one that makes you go meh. Okay, so we should be able to save that. And I believe it will automatically regenerate this for us. Let's just check. Yep, so we got reset rotation in here because it recompiled. So we go back in here. Let's say reset rotation equals player input dot gameplay dot reset rotation dot read value, and that one's a bool. Okay, and that should be everything, and it should still work just like that. And so if you wanted to do button presses, for instance, in the old input system, you're used to things like get key down, get key up. So we would say you set do var reset down equals player input dot gameplay dot reset button dot performed. Thought it was performed. So it would be was pressed, was performed this frame, was pressed this frame, was released this frame. So was pressed this frame is the same as down. Up is was released this frame. And reset held equal to is pressed. Yeah. Okay, so for those of you who are wondering about how to convert from the old input system into the new input system, you're used to seeing down, up, and held. These are essentially the equivalents for the new input system. So was pressed this frame, was released this frame, and is pressed. So if you're used to working like this, you just replace those with these lines here. Or you can just read the values directly. So for instance, here we have an axis. You're used to things like get axis horizontal, get axis vertical. Well, in the input system, you can set them up as axes as well. And you can have a positive and negative binding, the same as you would for a regular axis. And then for buttons, you just set them up as a button. Okay, so that should be working. Let's give it a test. Something not working here. And the answer is, first of all, fix that. Also don't need you right now. I do have my controller plugged in. What did we do wrong? First of all, we don't need this. Is it this? This might need to be in start. Might also need to be static. Let's see. Object not set to a reference. Okay. Curious. Create scriptable object and type is not allowed. Structure. So maybe I do have to call it and start. Player input equals new player input. That's informative. Okay. Why are you not happy? Object reference line 29, but there's nothing on line 29. Are you tripping? Tripping, Unity? Hot reload. Still no. Not throwing errors now. Alright, let's look this up. Because it's been a while since I've had to do this. Unity, new input system, documentation, initializing. See, so a lot of you are probably sat there like, oh, you know, you got to drag stuff into the inspector and use the Unity actions and context callbacks. You don't have to use any of that. I don't think I need to drag that on there. Yeah, like, you don't have to do that shit. You can do it all through code. Google, Unity, new input systems, C class. So it's usually safe to call the API from over in C#. Do I have an example of this from one of my other projects on here. I was almost certain I did. Is it testing? No. Wasn't from Kitchen Chaos, because I'm pretty sure CodeMonkey doesn't do that. Yeah, so we do it in Awake. See, like, shouldn't have to do this. I know I had another example where I actually used it correctly. I don't think it was in the tracker app because I just used the mouse for that. That's just using Axis. That one was Ancient Garbage. I guess I don't have it on this computer. Might have been on my other one. All right. C'est la vie. All right, you're gonna force me to go look this up, aren't you? Is it this one? Oh. I do have to drag that on. Okay. Thought I didn't have to do that, but... I guess that makes sense. Still no. Alright, so he's just doing it through get component. Fine. Fine. Hey, Quinn. Thank you for the well wishes. I am hyped, but also very frustrated at how the progress has been going. Should be like morning for you, right? Yeah, 3:30. What? Component or is an interface? But it is. He's doing it through string. Shouldn't have to do it through string. But anyway, so what I was saying before about, you know, was pressed this frame, is pressed, was released this frame, this is the equivalent of your down, held, and up. He's casting it as input action. You know what? Might be confusing Unity, because I called this Okay. Might be confusing it because there's two versions of that. Okay. Oh. All right. So frustrating. Why is everything so frustrating? Uh... Here. And now my mouse is gone. Anything else want to go wrong? There we go. Input dot actions. Read value float. Okay. All right, I think we got it now. Strafe, hover, pitch. Also, I hate strings. I hate strings. Thrust. Alright, so strafe, hover, thrust, pitch, yaw, roll. Set rotation. And there we go. And with the controller, it's a little finicky, but it works. Hey, and we're flying. The roll one isn't working, but otherwise. So the controls are super jank. But as you can see, it does do the thing. Something I might consider is making it so that left stick does this and right stick does this. That just feels more intuitive, because usually right stick is for camera, but we can change that easily now that we have the new input system. So we come back here. Okay, so for pitch up, we're going to say right stick. Also, I hate how it blocks this. Right stick up. Right stick down. And rename this to right stick. But see how easy it is to change that? Okay. Uh, yeah, that can still do the thing. And so left stick down, left stick up, and strafing. Left stick left. Left stick right. See? And that easy to change it. I'm actually going to change this to button north. Actually, it shouldn't matter. There's left stick press. Where is right stick press? There you are. Okay. Save. You can even put auto save on if we want. Okay. So now, try that again. And that just feels a little more intuitive. And we might even want to make it so that left stick turns. But yeah, that's starting to feel good. We also might want to switch those, because that's a little unintuitive. So we'll switch the axis for our roll. Right shoulder, the left shoulder. Negative B. You know what? I didn't even have to do that. Because I already have that. I can just go... Oop. Turn you off for a second. Oop. Just make that nicer. I have a feeling this is going to be the same. Okay. Then we wanted to make yaw the... Actually... we're going to switch yaw and strafe. So can I just take you? I can. Even better. See? So once you have them, you can just drag them wherever. And actually, I know why that's not working, because as a string, it needs to do that. And actually, while we're here, just in time for Praise the Lamb. Things always go well when Praise the Lamb comes on. Da, 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 da. The lack of stuff is kind of making it hard to figure out where I am. Oh, there we go. I think I might change it back to having right stick be turning. I don't know. This is working. I don't read value. So I'm pretty happy with that. See, I could do all this with just one finger. So we try parallel parking, chat? Look at that, smooth. See, we just passed our driving test, chat. Something we might want to do is enable invert controls. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. All right, so after 9 hours, I think I'm going to take a break, get some dinner, recollect my thoughts, and then in maybe an hour or two, we will come back to this, depending on how I feel, and we will try and populate out the world a little bit. So that'll be the next phase. But with all that said, I'm Rushia Dark. This is Circuit Studios. If you enjoyed this, please give us a like, share, subscribe, leave a comment. And also, if you learned something, please consider supporting the channel. Follow the links down below to see all the ways that you can do that. We have Patreon, Coffee, YouTube memberships, and a number of great products. But until then, take care.